All right, good morning, Chester. If you are waking up, it's showing a little precipitation. I've looked outside here in Chester. I don't see anything. Um, if I get to regular reflectivity, yeah, it shows just a minimal. So nothing's really started yet. So let's get back to the winter weather. And I am going to see if I can change it a little bit on the pixels. There we go. Then we're going to put that in play for right now. So right now in St. Louis, you are getting some snow um, in and around St. Clair or Sullivan. If you see these little pink areas, that's a little heavier bands of snow. And if I go to um, the DBZs on the snow, they're up to 42 DBZs. So heavier, wet snow is in that area right now. Getting ready to cross Interstate 44, so visibility could be a little tricky in around Stanton. Yeah, why I say that is because when the heavier precipitation, that's the pink right there, and if we go to the rain, you see it's the dark red, just like you would see on a radar app. It means there are heavier precipitation, so you are getting heavier snow, probably big chunks of wet snow, big flakes. Um, but right now, this is your current radar, and I am going to be right back because I've got my coffee. Just got done. I got to put some stuff in it, and I'll be right back. Anyways, I want to thank you guys for joining me. This is Bill Rose. I had to get my coffee, and it's actually mocha. For those of you who are in the Army and were in the infantry, um, you know you're out in the woods and you're freezing your butt off. A little bit of the coffee, instant coffee, your cocoa mix from your MRE, and maybe a little bit of creamer and some sugar. And you got your mocha. And we would make that when it was cold outside. We had a little bit of time in the morning. There's a lot of times, and those who are in the infantry, especially around Fort Campbell, we'd always go out and not bring the tent. We'd have to use a poncho liner. And there's been times it was really, really, really cold, and we didn't even bring our sleeping bag. And you had to cuddle with your buddy and warm yourself up under a poncho with Sterno can, which smelled like chemical agents. Anyways, you know what I'm talking about, and you've been there before. Anyways, this is your current radar. I've only got it showing 7 frames. It's the latest run that I shown, and let's go ahead and get to pivotal weather. And I am going to get to the rapid refresh forecast system. That's the newest model, and it's an experimental prototype with the National Weather Service, and it's supposed to replace the HRRR and the NAM3K in 2026. And I'll see if I can get to the correct. All right. And let's get to our little area of concern, which is the Metro East. We will look at everything else. And I'm going to go ahead and zoom in right there. In on Chester real quick. Let me see if I can get that a little bit better and get us in the middle. Let's go about right there. So the latest model on the Rufus, the Rapid Refresh Forecast System, and that is 6 o'clock, and it's showing maybe around 7 with a little bit of rain, and then moving in for good around 8, and it's got it going all the way to about, I'm going to say 9:30ish, 9:45. It should clear out as far as we are concerned. If I go to the HRRR and see where it has this, it's showing at Route 10. It's still lingering around. And it's showing it's starting again around 7 and clearing out maybe around 9 or 10. Right there, and I would say about 10 or 11, between 10 or 11. And if we go to our NAM3K, and I think that was nope, that isn't the latest run. Here we go, and it's clearing out about 9 or 10. So it's all showing pretty much the same thing, and I believe it's starting around 6. So it's showing the same thing as the Rapid Refresh model, 6 to 10. And I'm going to go ahead and go over that real quick again. So that's 6. That's 9. And just a little bit about 9:45, 10. Look like it's clearing out. And I believe the Rufus model, that's what I call it, the Rapid Refresh Forecast System. Let me zoom in again. About 6 or 7. It looks like there's a little bit of rain mixed in with it and coming through. And again, about 9:45. Let's get to the NAM3K and see what it shows. Showing around 6. And we're going to try to zoom in right there. 7, 8, 9, 9:45. So anywhere from 6 to 9:45 in all models, I believe, are showing exactly the same thing. So between 6 and 9:45 is when we will have any type of winter precipitation as of right now. So this is your current radar. It looks like we do have a little bit of snow in northern Randolph County. And you can see we're starting to mix in right there on the freezing line. Our current temperatures right now says 37. I'm going to check elsewhere real quick. Yeah, so our temperatures are above freezing. So we're going to see how things turn out here in an hour or two when it gets to about, let's see, what time is it now? It's 5:35. So it's 5:35 in the morning. It's November 29th. It feels like 29. The wind is at 12 miles per hour and the humidity is at 65%. So if you're in around Redbud, it is showing a little bit of snow and It's showing snow at 25 dBz. So when we look at that, that could be a little bit of heavy precipitation as we look at the dBz. So the dBz's, if it's anywhere 0 to 10, it's a light, and if it's 10 to 20, it's a moderate. 20 to 30, heavy, and above 30, very heavy. So we're in the, I believe, the moderate. Anywhere above 30 is heavy. Anyways, 20 to 30 is heavy. So they're in a 20 to 30 right now, and they're getting some heavy precipitation in and around Redbud, according to our radar. If we get up here, as you can see some of that pink, and we'll go ahead and stop it to its current. We get a little pink area right there. You're going to see they're up to 44, and anything like that, you're getting heavier precipitation, heavier snow, probably wet, big snowflakes. So this is our area right now. If we go to our national radar, as I call it, all the radars combined, this is what it's looking like right now. So it is also showing Redbud. If I get in here and showing the dBz's, pretty much showing the same thing. So this is National Radar. WeatherEye.org has got 4 cameras up here. We are going to check it out. You can see there is some snow cover, and it looked like there is little bits of snowflakes still falling down there. So the roads are covered. In, I believe, southern Wisconsin, right there is where they got these cameras out there, and they're doing scientific research, I'm sure. That's one of the reasons they put these cameras up there. So this camera, I believe, is around Monroe, and this is in southern Wisconsin right now. So you've seen this camera, got a little bit of snowflakes. Let's check out another area of concern there. And it looked like that camera has probably got packed with snow on the lens. Probably it was in the direction of the wind and the blowing snow. And we get up here, you can see it's flurries. If we get out here near Janesville, I don't think you can see the precipitation, but if you look out and the further you go out there, it looks like it's foggy. There is probably precipitation falling there, and that's probably why you got that little bit of a haze. There's just no light coming in at that angle. So that is your WeatherEye cameras that are out. Elsewhere, I don't think. We do have a couple of cameras in and around. This would be the southwest portion of Iowa. And Malvern, let's check that one out. You can see it looks like they got cameras going both ways. They are getting heavy snow. Yeah, that, and click on that, and this is what they got going on. I believe the other camera is this one right here, and you can see how heavy that snow is and around Malvern, Silver City in Iowa. Trying to get the Mineola, just north of Silver City in Iowa is where this camera's at. So they are getting some heavy precipitation right now. We get in and around Chester, and so you can see northern Randolph County and Redbud is getting some heavy precipitation, but then you got snow or rain, so it's teetering between rain and winter precipitation right now. And you see the little green bands up there, so it's either raining or snowing, and there's a couple of those. Let me go ahead and get to my St. Louis radar. Yeah, so there's a little bit, you can see those little bit of, I call it fluorescent green. So there might be a little bit of a mix of rain and snow. Redbud itself on radar looks like they are in the snow. Really quick, there has been an update on possible snow amount total, so let's take a look at that. If I can get it up. Let's see if I have it here. There we go. So this is what it's looking like now, and I'm gonna go ahead. Right now it's showing Chester with trace amounts to 2 inches. If you watched it earlier, and I'm getting a little bit of a cold breeze through the window, so the wind is picking up out there. Trace amounts to 2 inches. So that changed from yesterday, and I believe this was a run this morning about a little over an hour ago. So here are the probabilistic possible total amounts. So up to 5 inches in Centerville, Missouri. Farmington, you got a 1/2 inch to 1 inch. Chester, trace amounts to 2 inches. So you remember last night around 8 or 9 o'clock when I ran this update, it showed trace amounts to 1 inch. So that shows you how it can change hour by hour, and it depends on when that moisture comes in and which direction, how fast it comes in, and where the temperatures are at. So Marion is now with the trace amounts to 1 inch. Fairfield 1 to 2 inches. Nashville 1 to 3. St. Louis 1 to 5. Washington, Missouri 1 to 3 inches. Sullivan trace amounts of 1 inch. If we get a little bit further up north, in this yellow band, you're looking at Bowling Green, Missouri 2 to 7 inches. Jerseyville 3 to 8 inches. Litchfield 5 to 8 inches. Vandalia 4 to 8 inches. Salem 2 to 4. If we get up there to Mattoon in Illinois, 6 to 11 inches. Decatur 7 to 13. Champaign 7 to 13. And look at that. Havana can be anywhere from 10 to 14 inches. And Pittsfield 5 to 9 inches. And Quincy 4 to 10 inches. So that's a look at your probabilistic snow amounts as of 4:28 a.m. this morning. The reason I got up because I knew it was going to, yesterday it said around 6 o'clock, so I wanted to be up, get ready for it. But you see where that code line is. Let me get to my radar. That freeze line and where the snow and the rain are at. So you see I want to try to follow it, and I'm going to try to get a black, go with black here, and I'm following that line. You see where that freeze line, and it dips, so anything's possible, but you can see how it's just going up and down, and just looking like a camel. And then you can see right there in Randolph County, but then you got a little bit of a mix, and that's just because of how the temperatures, like I said, we're hovering around 32. I said 33, and we're looking at temperatures right now at 35. 35 degrees. So let me go ahead and get off of that. And let's see if I can get what the temperatures are right now in Chester. I will have to get to our model real quick. Convection allowance. Let's go with the HER and our temperatures. And let me make sure I got our most current run, which is 10Z. And it is almost 6 o'clock. So right around in Chester, the HER model showing 35 degrees. And if I run it, it's 35. And actually around 8 o'clock, it's going to dip down to close to 34. And it's climbing back down to 36. So we're going to be right above freezing as far as your temperatures. And it's going to get up there to 42. And I still have 42, close to 43 as being your high. So that is your temperatures. We're just right about 8 o'clock, 33, 35. And that's as far as your temperature. So let's get back to our single side radar, and this is what's going on currently. Let's go to our national radar. There you go. So we have winter storm warning and winter weather advisories going from the eastern part of Montana, going to North Dakota, Wyoming, South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, and a good portion of Illinois, and the northeast part of Missouri are under those advisories or warnings. So if we get to the Virginia mountains, it looks like they're under winter weather advisory. I believe down here in Florida and Georgia, they have a freeze warning and freeze watch in the western part of Texas, and no burn. It looks like they lifted that from Phoenix area overnight. But around Los Angeles, you can only burn if you don't have any other source of heat. And there's a few other exemptions. But other than that, this is a look at your national radar. We looked at several different cameras throughout the area, and you see there's heavy snow right there. And I'm trying to get a, it says Mineola Tower. Yeah, right north of Malvern, but we got a few spots, and I believe it's Stanton in Nebraska, and it looks like their lens is frozen over. And have no idea what happened with this one. So these cameras with this weather that went through have either gotten their our lens froze, or been turned around or knocked over. But weather.org has several cameras up there in southern Wisconsin. Other than that, getting back up to New York, the lake snow effect warnings that we had yesterday evening in Pennsylvania are gone. The only one that we have now is around Syracuse area. I believe that it's coming off Lake Ontario of the Great Lakes there. So this is your current weather, and I'm going to go ahead and get to our local radar, and we're just going to keep a good eye on it. And look at that. So you're looking at the winds and temperatures, but look at that dip now, where you got rain on either side. So we're hovering around that freezing mark right there. So when it switches like that, you're looking at heavier precipitation with those pink areas down in this area right here. So I just thought I'd keep this up. We just keep it local and live, and give you the updates as far as the predicted snow amounts. Other than that, I'm going to go ahead and take a break. This will update every so often, and you'll see, or you might hear a little swish sound. That's when it updates as far as the rotation of the radar. Not the rotation of the radar. How would you put it? Going to the next timeline, I should put it. A rapid sweep or sweep. We are going to figure that out. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead, and I'm on Radar Omega, and I'm going to turn off my video capture device. I'm going to drink some coffee real quick, and I'll get back with you. All right. I'm still here, so you still can hear me. So, All right, we are back, and let me get that off real quick. So this is your live radar. You can see where it's just kind of mixing as far as your snow and rain precipitation. It's varying, and basically in I would say the northwest part of Randolph County in around the Redbud area, it looks like there is some snow precipitation in and around Redbud. Elsewhere in Randolph County, it ain't looking like a whole lot, but maybe rain. If you get around Coulterville, you're looking at some snow showers. In Tilden, maybe a mix in around there. That's what we have as of right now. Sparta, rain. And this is your live look at the local radar. And we'll see how things change here in a little bit. Currently, it's 36 degrees. And I showed you what the temperatures are looking like. They're going to stay above freezing. And still, the high, I looked at it, is still going to be around 42. It feels like 27 degrees out there because we have winds at 14 miles an hour. And it's probably why it's bringing these snow showers in, or the winter weather in our area. So we'll see if we do have any precipitation out here. I showed you earlier, Chester now has a possibility of trace amounts up to 2 inches. Yesterday evening, as of 8:15, it was trace amounts to 1 inch. Now it's trace amounts to 2 inches. I just don't see anything really sticking on the road, but we'll have to wait and see. The Rufus, or I call it the Rufus, is the Rapid Refresh Forecast System, is the new experimental prototype model, prediction model, and it's a short term, just like a HRRR and NAM3K. NAM3K can go up to, I believe, 60 hours, where the HRRR can go up to 48 hours. I don't know how far the Rapid Refresh system goes, but it's supposed to replace the other two. But right now, they're all showing basically the same thing, in and around 6 o'clock, possible snow showers. So right now on the radar, looks like Chester is pretty much in the rain part, and let me move that up here. This is where we are right now. So we just gotta sit there and wait a little bit, and when that cooler air dips down, and see if that changes over to snow. So we're just going to take a look. I did tell you guys a little bit, and you might see it. So you see the dark reds and the green, that's the heavier precipitation. And if you go into the blue, that red turns into kind of like a pink. That's heavier precipitation as far as snow. So, you know, if you're getting severe thunderstorms and you've got the DBZs measurements that are high, probably 50, 60, you're looking at hail. So, the higher the DBZ, the bigger the precipitation. As you would say, the radar hits it and comes back. It shows something a little bit bigger. So the pinks are a little bit higher. So as a rule of thumb, anything from 0 to 10 will be a little bit of a light snow. 10 to 20 would be a moderate. 20 to 30 would be a heavy. snow, and anything above 30 dBZs will be very heavy snow. You know, the big beautiful flakes that everybody likes to see. So right now in around Fulton, Missouri, New Bloomfield, just past Ashland, they are getting higher dBZs. And let me go ahead and stop the run real quick, and I'll show you what I mean. I put the inspector tool up there, and very heavy. They're up to 53 dBZs, and like I said, anything above 30. So they're getting some heavy precipitation in around that area. And anything up above 30, so they're getting heavy precipitation there. So most of this is heavy precipitation, and some is very heavy precipitation in around Randolph County. It is showing heavy precipitation in around even Redbud. In Redbud, heavy. It's getting close to 20, or between 20 and 30 dBZs. All right. So let's go ahead and take another look at our national radar and give you an overlook of the whole area. And you can see again where that freeze line, and it's kind of weird, but you can see where it kind of goes up and it kind of dips down. It's a little weird of where the snow precipitation is, and I'm drawing this with my mouse. So that's what it's kind of looking like as far as the difference between the rain and the snow. Also up here in southeast Nebraska, they have a little bit of a mix. They have a little bit of a mix out there in Kansas as well, and you can see that by a little bit of a reddish color, reddish orange, pinkish. There's a little bit of a mix. And of course, St. Louis, there you are, and you guys are in the 20 dBZ range. Anywhere from 20 to 30 is heavy. Right. Let's get back out and put this back on our local radar, which is the St. Louis Metro East. And we're going to put that in play. If you're joining me this morning, I'm just giving you a current, and I will probably be on here till the precipitation as far as the winter part passes Chester. If you do see me in my picture pop off and the sound go off, I'm going to keep the live radar on in and around Chester area, and I'll take my photo off and keep the live radar on. If you decide to stay on here, this will I was looking for that word. It refreshes every so often, and I'm going to look to see how often it does refresh. How often does Radar Omega radar refresh?
Radar Omega radar updates frequently, often faster than standard weather apps. Refresh rates vary, ranging from about every 2.5 minutes in severe mode to 5 to 6 minutes in precipitation mode, and up to 10 minutes in clear air mode.
So they said that Radar Omega's refresh rate is a little bit faster, and usually you'll hear a little swish, and I don't know if that'll come across as um, on OBS Studio or what you're seeing here, but this is our current weather. If you see the pinks up there in the right here in this area, let me go ahead and I like to get to my draw tool. There we go. So got two different draw tools, and I'm trying to get it just right. So right here, you get a little bit heavier precipitation. Right now, as far as northern Randolph County, let me go ahead and zoom in. This is Redbud. So you guys are getting some heavy precipitation right now. And you see these pink bands right there. That's very heavy snow. And as far as that, we're right here in Chester, Illinois. It looks like we're getting supposedly rain. If we are getting it, that's a light yellow. It may be very light precipitation. Let me go ahead and get to just a regular reflectivity. Yeah, it would be very, very light if it is. And I'm going to go ahead and check outside here in a second. But this is something new, and I'll explain it here in a second. Give me a second. I'm going to go check outside, which means I'm just opening the door. Baby, it's cold outside. Anyways, there is no precipitation as far as rain, because that's really, really, really light in Chester. And we get hit back to Rapid Reef. Get back here to Chester. It'll be getting really close. Let me put this on play. I would probably say in the next 30 minutes to an hour, we may have a little bit of rain, but we'll check out. We're going to try to see how accurate the radar is. But right here in Chester, there is nothing outside my door. So, and this is live radar. So I will check when, and it looks maybe like within 30 minutes to an hour, this band should be hitting us right here. And I will check back outside here in the next 30 minutes to see if we have any rain. If you're saying or wondering why not snow, because Radar Omega now has, I'm going to get to my studio. Radar Omega has added a feature on both the single site radar and the I want to call it, I forgot what it's called, but our national radar, I think it's mesoscale. Let's check that out. And I want to give you guys the correct answer. multi-radar, multi-sensor. So that's all the radars combined, multi-radar. And we'll get to that. And you can see the difference between there and our winter weather switches. So this new winter radar on Radar Omega changes that precipitation into what should be your winter weather precipitation compared to your rain. And if we go to our multi-radar system, it's the same thing. They've got the winter weather radar, and you got your regular reflectivity radar. And again, okay, guys, we do have a live storm chaser out there, and I believe this is Connor Croft. He's in Davenport, Iowa. And he's trying to get some signal. Looks like he's maybe opening his door. So we'll just keep him off to the side here until he pops up as far as his picture. And we are going to look around, but he's the only live storm chaser we have in Davenport, Iowa. And just we're waiting as this weather pushes east. And I told you earlier, if you guys are just now tuning in, it is now 6:19. Good morning. I'm going to give you another brief update real quick. We'll check back with Connor Croft here in a second. So the temperature right now is showing 37. Everything that I've looked at, and I've showed it earlier, is showing above freezing. It feels like 28. You got 14-mile-an-hour winds and 64% humidity. If you're getting ready to travel, your possible snow amounts, let's go ahead and get to that. If you're going north, make sure you fill up your gas tank. Make sure you have a tow strap or a way to get out of a ditch. Always, bring something to keep you warm, and a heavy jacket, blanket, in case you do get stuck. That's why I always say, if your engine fails, you can keep warm with your blanket and heavy jacket and gloves and stuff like that. But if you're stuck and your car is still running, you can run the heat a little bit, keep warm until you get help. I like to keep a tow strap. I remember I was up here, if you see it up here in Bloomington area, I was on the interstate and I had a tow strap, and I was able to pull a vehicle. I believe I was on Interstate 55. I was able to pull them out of the medium when they got stuck. So it's always good to have a tow strap in your vehicle, because you never know when you're going to need it. Matter of fact, pull people out of the mud, pull people out of the snow. Also, you're having some of this heavy precipitation. Let's get to this. Yesterday evening, the National Weather Service had us at trace amounts to 2 inches in Chester. I don't see a whole lot sticking, but we're gonna check this out as the day progresses. Like I said, we will have rainfall on that. Temperatures are above freezing, but it's cool enough that the upper atmosphere is cold. The snow will come down. I don't know if we're going to have trace amounts on the roads or not. Expect it on the grass. Expect it on your windshield. But if you're traveling up north, like I said, keep those items in your car. Keep some water, maybe at least one bottle of water. Keep you for a little bit. But anyways, we're gonna go ahead and look. Centerville, Missouri, up to ½ inch. Cape Girardeau, it's hard to tell. I'm gonna go ahead and update this real quick. I think it's missing a few. Give me just a second. I'm going to get out of that. It's going to pop off my screen. And we're going to get back on there. And I guess it is updated. Let's get off that. I'm going to refresh that. And pop that up. That looks a whole lot better. Okay. So I just refreshed this. This is the National Weather Service, by the way, and which is neat because it did update. This as of probably 5 minutes ago. So it's now changed, and I'm glad I just changed that because now you're going to look at what the National Forecast models. We actually went from trace amounts yesterday evening to 1 inch, now to a ½ inch to 2 inches in Chester, and that's how fast. So they're checking us every basically every hour, and they're updating this, so you can see how fast things can change. That is the weather for you. We may not be able to predict, or not me, but the meteorologist, exactly how much you're going to get and when it's going to get here. They know there's going to be something.
Special weather statement has been issued.
Anyways, so things have changed. Cape Girardeau is now from trace amounts to 2 inches. Centerville, Missouri, trace amounts to 1 inch. Farmington looks like a ½ inch to 2 inches. Chester, same thing. And Marion, same thing, a ½ inch to 2 inches. Shawneetown, trace amounts to 2 inches. Evansville, trace amount to 2 inches. Fairfield, you're looking at 1 to 3 inches. Nashville, 1 to 4. St. Louis, 1 to 6. Washington, Missouri, a ½ inch to 3 inches. Sullivan, a ½ inch to 2 inches. Bowling Green, 2 to 6 inches in Missouri. Quincy, Illinois, 3 to 7 inches. Havana has now changed. It's I think it's come down a little bit, but 8 to 14 inches. Springfield, 6 to 10 inches. Decatur and Champaign, both 8 to 14 inches. And then Mattoon, 7 to 13 inches. And I think I said Vandalia. Vandalia, 5 to 10 inches. Litchfield, 6 to 9 inches. Salem, 2 to 6 inches. So that changed within the last hour as far as your probabilistic expected snowfall. So let's go ahead and get that off. So you can see how you can see how fast things change in the weather. Let me get back to the multi-radar system. And that basically covers all the United States. Basically, they take the information from all the individual radars and combine them together to give you an overview of the whole United States. But we do have individual radars, airport radars. Some radars are on at certain times, and sometimes they're not on. This might be airports that are open and closed. They may turn the radar off. I'm not sure when those radars get deactivated, and they will show up different colors. So if I was to go to our single site radar in Chester, you can see where I've got it green. That is the radar that we use for our severe weather and thunderstorms. And then if you get to the airport, I believe that's this radar right here. And you see the difference in the circumference and area coverage. Apparently this one is not showing anything. It's short-term reflectivity, and apparently it's not working. And let me get to something else here. Pivotal weather. There we go. Sometimes radar Omega may stick a little bit. So here is our radar right here.
Attention, a new special weather
And
statement
this
has
is just the
been issued.
reflectivity. If you get to the St. Charles, probably the airport, smaller, this is what it covers. It's probably for your pilots. But this is the radar. And if you go out to Columbia, it's not showing anything, and it's probably inactive. And then if you're just tuning in, Radar Omega has the winter radar on both the multi-system and the single-site radar, and you're able to see kind of where the snow is compared to the rain and the sleet and the mix. It'll show sleet, mix, rain. Also, if you're just tuning in, if you see these pink areas, if you ever look at a severe thunderstorm on radar, you see the reds, which is really, really heavy precipitation. That's what this is. If I take that off, you're going to see that pink turn to red. And you see that right there. This is the heavy precipitation. This is the red. You get to the winter radar. It's this pink right here. Heavy snowfall. Your beautiful big flakes, as you would, I guess you call picturesque snowflakes, I guess. So far, this is what we got as far as precipitation. Nothing has changed just recently. Looks like Redbud is still getting some snow showers. If you are not getting some snow showers, I like to say let me know, but I cannot see any chats right now. So let me go ahead and see if I can pop that up. I don't see anything. I'm on Facebook. Okay, we do. Rhonda Randolph said they have a snowy mix in St. Mary. That's weird because that's very close to us and we ain't got nothing. So that's weird. Anyways, Rhonda Randolph, thank you for letting me know. I did not know that. Let me go ahead and take a look outside because I believe that's St. Mary, Missouri. They must be special. They get mixed. Yes, she is correct. We are now starting to get flurries in Chester, and you can see it's showing maybe rain. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not rain. So I'm glad she wrote this. I'm going to go ahead and give her a type real quick. if I can get it. All right. Okay, so guys, I just checked out side. I don't have anything on as far as any chat on YouTube. I just checked the comments on Facebook, and Rhonda Randolph said we were getting a snowy mix, and it does feel like maybe a little bit of I don't call ice pellets and snowflakes. So in Chester, and as you see on live radar, it doesn't show that we're in that winter precipitation. So it is probably what is in the atmosphere. It's colder up there, but we are right now getting some precipitation as far as winter precipitation outside. I just checked out there, and thank you, Rhonda, for giving me that update. I'm glad I checked this out. Even though you sent it 13 minutes ago, I don't have a whole lot of computer screens where I can sit there and see a lot of things because I'm watching OBS Studio, and I got to switch screens as far as Pivotal Weather, Radar Omega, and a few other things. But now that I've got this up there, I just want to go ahead and say thank you to Rhonda. I will probably check in a little bit more often since I do get a little bit of chat on mostly Facebook. I don't have a ton of viewers on YouTube because I think I'm mainly focused on the St. Louis Metro East and specifically Chester, but all of St. Louis. So thank you, Rhonda, for giving me that update. If you're tuning in to this live podcast, we are currently in Chester, Illinois. It says heavy intensity rain. I don't see no heavy intensity rain in Chester, Illinois. Temperatures at 37, feels like 29. Wind speed at 11 miles per hour. Humidity at 67. I'm going to check out one more time. And there is not no heavy intensity rain unless it's mixing in. Maybe that's at the Perryville Airport, but right here in Chester, we got flurries. So I'm going to go ahead and get back to Radar Omega, and we're going to look around the area. And I'm going to keep it on our local radar for now. In and around Fulton, Missouri, you can see the cell right here. I'm going to call it Cell Yo because that's what it is. They do have very intense snowfall, heavy snowfall. See what they got. Very intense snowfall. And that's about the only place I see. Other than that, you got one down in and around just east of Steelville, Missouri. You have bands of heavy winter precipitation. So if you are tuning in, it is a little windy outside, and I got a message from Rhonda Randolph saying, hey, we got a snowy mix And I said, well, that's pretty close to us. I better go check outside. So it just started. We have flurries outside here in Chester as of right now. I know we're looking at this radar. The temperatures are hovering above the freezing mark, so I don't know exactly what we will ever have on the ground. We'll just have to see. The predictions right now are in Chester are trace amounts to 2 inches. Earlier this morning, when I came on at 5, which was an hour and a half ago, it was trace amounts to 1 inch. And that was the same thing last night. So you can see how drastic weather changes. So I will pop that up and I will refresh the predicted snow amounts in the St. Louis metro area. But this is what we got on right now, going on right now, as far as your live radar. Let's go to the multi-radar system and put it on the winter mode. And again, this is showing Chester is having rain, but I can guarantee you it's flurrying out there. So I wish I don't have my camera. So I do have cameras. I just don't have it on OBS Studio to kind of prove that we do have. Hey guys, if you're just waking up, just look out your window, look at the street light. You'll see we got flurries out there. It does not rain. So I'm going to try this out. We are going to go to our single site radar real quick and put it on the winter weather. And I am going to go down to the Paducah. It's still showing the same thing. It's showing rain in our area. I went to the Paducah radar. I'm trying to switch different radars to get a different look in and around Chester. Same thing. So everything's pretty current as far as Randolph County in 3 different radars that I am looking at. It's probably cold enough in the atmosphere that it's freezing and coming down. So although you're looking at this radar and if I go to the inspector tool, it's saying rain, it's probably raining and turning into flurries as we speak. There is no rain outside. In and around the northwest part in Redbud, look like you're getting heavier precipitation. I'm going to check out there. So yeah, we got flurries outside. And I am going to go ahead and leave this on. I'm going to turn the inspector tool off, put this on play, zoom in on Chester as far as your rain, and whatever precipitation. But we do have a mix. Randolph said we had a mix in St. Mary, Missouri. And I went out and I see flurries. I stood out there. I didn't feel any raindrops. And believe me, I would have felt it on my bald head. So I will be right back. I'm going to turn my mic nest off. Turn my mic nest off and turn my picture off, and I'll be right back. All right. And we're back on now. All right, what you're looking at now is the 3D version of our local radar. And as you can see, some of them pink, that's heavier winter precipitation. I'm going to get off the 3D, but this is something that you could do, and I'm going to go ahead and show you. You can kind of go around the United States. You can rotate it around. And you can zoom in. And this is our 3D. We also have that on the multi-radar system. So right now, this is where we are at. And you see this light green. I would like to say that is rain, but I looked outside, and thanks to Rhonda Randolph, we do have some flurries outside. She said in St. Mary's that they have a mix. And this is where she's at, and this is where we are at. So I was checking on what she said, and sure enough, we do have some flurries outside in Chester, Illinois. So that could be because it's cooling off in the atmosphere. Like I said, right now, if you look at Perryville Airport, I believe this is where they're, I get this information in this pink area where it says currently in Chester, Illinois. It says heavy intensity rain. There's no heavy intensity rain outside. I just looked out there. Right now, temperatures are 37, feels like 30 degrees. Wind speed at 10 mile an hour with 67% humidity. Let's go to the multi-radar system and put it on the winter weather. And it's basically showing the same thing. In and around Redbud, some snow showers. We have flurries right here in Chester. But this is the overlook of our system. We have right now, she's not active, but Tornado Pagey up in and around Davenport, Iowa, as well as Connor Croft. Let's check in. And you can see this is up in Walcott, Iowa, and this is what is going on there right now. So it looks like all the truckers are parked and are off the road. All right, but you see up there in the parking lot lights, the snow that's coming down right now in Walcott, Iowa. If Tornado Pagey gets on there and she goes live, we'll take a look at that. We do have weather i.org. It's got cameras out. Some of them are plastered because they're in the wrong direction. So their lenses probably got snow on them. Probably a wet snow that packed on there. Not quite sure. Let's get off of that. Let's check this one out. Probably facing a different direction. And you can see the winter weather up there. You see a little bit of haze in the far background. That is probably snow. Let's check out the other cameras. There you go. Don't look like a whole lot right there. You still can see some of the vegetation, and it's right there in the middle line, you can see the road. So nothing really heavy as far as southern Wisconsin. But Iowa, and you can see him, and you can see the snow showers that are coming down right now. It's still not a lot as far as snow depth right now, but they do have precipitation. So we'll check on them in a little bit. Waiting for this radar to refresh as far as its update on the radar. But this is your look here in Illinois. Let's take a look at this camera up here bordering Illinois, Indiana, and see if they got anything up there. And it is snowing. And that is located Morocco in Indiana, just north of Morocco in Indiana, I believe. We don't have a whole lot of cameras. We do have one right here. Let's check it out in near Festus. Let's see what they got going on. Oh my goodness, there we go. Okay guys, this is in Festus, Missouri, and it looks like heavy precipitation is started there. Again, let me go ahead and put that there. Get out of this. So if you guys are looking at this snow in that picture right there in that window, just to give you perspective of where we are. And this is actually west of Festus. We're right here, and this is where this camera is at right here, right there. And you're seeing that, and I'm going to go ahead and expand that out a little bit and put it up there. This is what's going on in Festus. This is actually the only camera that we have close to Chester. I will probably try to get it where my cameras, I can get my camera and put it on OBS Studio so you can actually see what's going on in Chester. That's the closest. Right now I can give you an eyewitness account because I can look out my window, and that's what I'm going to do real quick, see what kind of precipitation, because as you can see there is light yellow, and that if the inspector tool picks that up as rain, but I think it's in the upper atmosphere areas it's cold, and it's probably coming down as flurries. No, we have snow. It's a little bit snow or slow. It's not as heavy as where you're seeing west of Festus, but we do have it now beginning to stick on your vehicles. Like I said, I don't have a live camera. I mean, I have actually eight to nine live cameras. Nothing that I have hooked up to OBS Studio. So let me get back here again. This is us. Let me go ahead and clear that off. What you're seeing in that picture in that window is just west of Festus. Let me get down and see where it exactly is at. Hillsboro, Missouri. Okay, guys? This is where you're getting that precipitation. So this is Hillsboro, Missouri, and let me go ahead and kind of move this around a little bit, and we are right there. So as you see in that window, that is the snow that's coming down and is starting to I'm sorry, I've got a little congestion. This weather, I had sinus headache yesterday. I believe this camera's on top of a building, so there is a little bit sticking to the surface right there. It's still showing red bud. It's probably getting the same type. I don't know if you have anything, if you live up in red bud. And I'm gonna go ahead and hook up my phone. I think it'd be easier for me to see anybody that's chatting on there. Let me go ahead and do that. I might have to turn it down, that way it doesn't have an echo. Okay, guys. I just got an update. They have flurries in Ellis Grove, and that's from Lynn Brotherton. What I got circled on the screen right there is Jefferson County. Let me go ahead and turn that down. If I can get that. And this way I can actually see. This way I can see your comments. I see Brenda Williamson is watching me right now, and she lives out there by Randolph County Lake. I just want to go ahead and say hi, Brenda. We do have flurries right here in Chester, and now it is coming heavy, guys. I am talking heavy. Heavier than what you're seeing on the screen right there, and this is the heavy precipitation. I'm going to go ahead and take a look outside. It's coming down. And we are talking heavy. Although it says heavy rain, guys, it's not heavy rain. It's heavy, wet snow. Lynn Brotherton, like I said, in Ellis Grove, he said flurries. It was flurries. And I'm telling you right now, these are some big flakes that are outside my window. And they are now starting to stick to the vehicle. We'll see how things go. I'm going to go ahead and take a break real quick. I'm going to leave this on. Like I said, I'm going to get my daughter up so she can see this. It's probably something she wants to see. But the picture you're looking at, and I'm going to try to draw an arrow. And this is Chester. And where this camera's at is right there in Hillsboro, just east of Festus, Missouri. So yes, I am looking at my phone and I can see the chats that you're sending me. I know Brenda Williams is watching, Rhonda Randolph, and Lynn Brotherton, who's in Ellis Grove. He said he had flurries earlier, a snowy mix in St. Mary's, and it's kind of chiming down. It's kind of getting heavy, and when the wind blows, it's coming down real fast here in Chester, Illinois. So if you're waking up, and I know you see this radar, it's heavy precipitation, and it's showing it as rain. I'm telling you right now, it's not rain. It's heavy, big snowflakes, as of right now. So, let me go ahead and erase this. And I'm going to go wake up my kid. I'll be right back. Got some big snowflakes outside. You want to take a look at it real quick, and then you can go way back down. So yeah, this is what fathers do. Their kids want to look at it. But, if you see me from afar, we have big snowflakes here in Chester. I'm live. Say hi to everybody. This is what we got. You think those are some big flakes, aren't they? All right. And it looked like it's melting on the as far as the road. Um, but it is on the vehicles. All right. You want to shut the door, baby? You can go back down. So I am going to take a drink because a lot of times I get on here and talk and my coffee gets cold. So I'm going to take a drink. It's not just coffee. I've got hot chocolate in there, and we call it mocha. You guys who are in infantry, you know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to go ahead and get off this camera real quick because it's refreshing. But that was Infestus. Let me see if it's back up. If it's trying to record. Yeah, so you got. There we go. So you do have snow. And it says the outdoor temperature there is 31 degrees. I've got 34. And I'm going to try to refresh this one and see. Until it updates, it feels like 30 degrees. So this is a look at our national radar. We do have some heavy snowflakes out there. My Aunt Julie, I do see you up there or on my Facebook. I believe you guys are in Pontiac, Michigan, or somewhere around there, Bloomfield, or wherever it is. Let me check, see where you're at. I do not see anything right now, but you really close. Let me see. There's Detroit, Waterford area. It looks like you guys are under a winter weather advisory up there in Michigan. So I do see you, Aunt Julie. I am not exactly sure where you're living, if it's around West Bloomfield or Waterford, or if you can, type it in, and I'll take a look at your weather. But this is my aunt up there in Michigan. Oh, by the way, I love you, Aunt Julie. So, again, Lynn Brotherton and Ellis Grove said he had flurries. Rhonda earlier said she had a mix, so I went ahead and checked outside, even though the radar in Chester was showing heavy rain. It's not heavy intensity rains, it's heavy intensity big snow. And that's what we got outside. So this kind of what the radar was picking up. We will take a look at snow totals. What you're looking at now as far as this picture right here. Let me go ahead and see if I can let me get off of this one real quick and change it. Where are you at? Right there. And we're going to put it right there. Get off of that. Jefferson County. This is Jefferson County Parks and Recreation camera. And this is what you're seeing right there. Let me go ahead and expand that out so you can see it a little bit better. But this is them, and they got snow. And that looked like it's on a rooftop camera. Like I said, this is Jefferson County Parks and Recreation. In Hillsboro, just west of Festus, Missouri. And that's the closest camera we got other than my eyewitness testimony that we do have flurries because I'm looking out my window. Anyways, real quick, if you guys been watching the news, they said that they've grounded some Airbuses and some other airplanes may be grounded as well. Something about the solar storm messed up with some of the electronics. I'm not sure. Just what they said, and it was on Fox News. And if they said it, it's probably reliable. I'm just kidding. Anyways, I did hear a rumor that J.B. Prisker's a little upset with the grounding of the planes and this winter weather, because he's not able to get out to Las Vegas, Nevada, to hit the gambling and the slot machines. Anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there. So he's just a little upset that he's not able to get out there. I'm just joking. This is a little satire. My cousin Jay Morris said it needs to be a little bit more funnier. But yeah, so J.B. Prisker is mad. Anyways, as you can look, we are starting to have a lot more storm chasers out there. Weathereye.org has a bunch of cameras up in southern Wisconsin. It looks like we have at least 3 storm chasers in and around Davenport, Iowa. Really quick, this is Connor Croft. He's in Stockton, Iowa. Let's go ahead and get off of him. Right now we have Tornado Pagey. Same. And it looks like Freddie McKinney will be joining them. He is not live as of yet. I'm going to see if I can get an update on snow amount totals, and I'm going to refresh. Let me get off of that and refresh it. And see what we got. I don't think a whole lot has changed. So if you are joining me right now, Luke Lawhead is watching. I see you. Yeah, Luke, if you see on there, it looked like there is rain in Chester. Let me get back to my radar. Yeah, if you look here on the, let me go ahead and get to my local radar, because it's basically showing the same thing. And let's get to St. Louis, and let's get to our winter weather radar. Yeah, so, yeah, Luke, if you look at this and you look at a lot of other radars, it's looking like there's precipitation as far as rain. This is a new thing they have on there is winter weather radar. And if you look out your window, we got some heavy snowflakes. So although basically this radar and the Chester Airport is actually says heavy intensity rain, but I'm here to tell you it's heavy intensity big snowflakes right in Chester. So this is what it looks like, and maybe it's because it's freezing on the way down. If you're currently coming on here right now, it is showing temperatures at 37. If you look elsewhere, 34. It feels like 30, 10-mile-an-hour winds, and it's 69% humidity. We have huge snowflakes out there right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at the snowfall totals that are predicted by the National Weather Service. So we're going to go again. Centerville, Missouri, you're looking at trace amounts to 1 inches. Cape Girardeau, trace amounts to 2 inches. Paducah, 0 to 2 inches. Shawneetown, trace amounts. And Evansville, trace amounts to 2 inches. Marion, a ½ inch to 2 inches. Chester, a ½ inch to 2 inches. As well as Farmington and Sullivan, all ½ inches to 2 inches. We look at Washington, a ½ inch to 3 inches. St. Louis, expect anywhere from 1 to 6 inches. Nashville, 1 to 4 inches. Vandalia, 2 to 6 inches. Fairfield, and 1 to 3 inches. Mattoon, 7 to 13 inches. Litchfield, 6 to 9 inches. Vandalia, 5 to 10 inches. Salem, 2 to 6 inches. Jerseyville, 3 to 7 inches. Bowling Green, Missouri, 2 to 6 inches. Quincy, 3 to 7 inches. Pittsfield, 4 to 7 inches. If you get up there around Springfield, 6 to 10 inches. Decatur, 8 to 14. Champaign, 8 to 14. And Havana, 8 to 14. let me give you an idea when that was run real quick. That's as of 6:17 this morning, and it's about an hour ago. So that is the predicted and possible total snow amounts. I do not see anything as far as sticking on the roadways, and I'm looking out. But if you look at your rooftops, you're getting accumulation. If you're looking at your vehicles, you're getting accumulation, and probably on grassy areas. So we will take a look at that here in a little bit. So yeah, I am trying to watch this, and most of you guys know that I'm trying to focus squarely on the St. Louis Metro East, but particularly Chester, Illinois. Usually I like to really do severe weather, but I believe Jeremy Buckley said, hey, I like this winter weather stuff, so we're doing a little bit of winter weather also. So for those of you guys who are watching, you can get me on Facebook, and you look for Billy Rose and that German Shepherd. I do see you, Angie Zhang. She is watching right now. But if you like what you're seeing, you can reach me at Facebook at Billy Rose. Look for that German Shepherd. If you're on YouTube, and you can watch me there also, I'm streaming both at the same time, and that is at Billy Rose Hillbilly Weather. Most of the time, I will try to do this weekly forecast, but when we have events like severe weather and snow events, I will try to go live. And I could probably be live up to 4 hours, so you guys can come in, leave, go to the bathroom, go somewhere, come back, and I'll still be on, because usually when something like this is happening, I will stay on until things chime down a little bit. So I want to go ahead and say hi to all those who are watching. My Aunt Julie up in Michigan, Luke Lawhead right here in Chester, Angie Zhang. Tim Hall is also watching from Tim Hall Construction. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Angie. So we got a host of people that are watching right now. I believe if you are watching this, and again, I will show the total snow amounts, probable predictions here in a little bit. So let's go ahead and take a look at around the nation real quick, and we are going to get to our multi-radar system, which is all the radars combined. Let's get to our winter weather shot here. So like I said, we do have another winter storm chaser. I do not know who this one is. Okay, CJ Ziegler, he's new to Radar Omega, and we'll take a look. He is not active. Freddie McKinney is not active. CJ Ziegler is up in Wisconsin. Connor Croft, Tornado Pagey, and looks like Freddie McKinney are up around Davenport, Iowa. But this is a look at your radar. I'll go ahead and put it in play. Our severe winter weather advisory and winter storm warnings stretch from eastern Wyoming and southeastern Montana, going across southern North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Minnesota, parts of Wisconsin and Michigan. You guys are under also under a storm warning, and for Aunt Julie, you're under a winter weather advisory up in Michigan. And so Illinois and Indiana, I believe, are also in that, and the western part of Ohio. If you get into the mountain areas in Virginia and West Virginia, you're under a winter weather advisory. As far as that, in the Northeast, in New York, winter weather advisory. The lake effect snow warnings are in the Northeast that were up here are gone. You're just under a winter weather advisory. Other than that, pretty much all of Michigan are under some type of a warning or a watch. I believe in and around Detroit, advisory and winter storm warning in parts of Michigan. So this is a look around the nation. If you get down here in Atlanta, let's take a look at what they got going on. I accidentally hit a camera. So they got a high fire danger in the northern part of Georgia. So don't start any fires, or you will probably set the forest on fire. Anyways, we do have a tornado risk, believe it or not. And let me check to see if this is correct. Day one outlook. We do have a tornado risk in the southeast part of Texas, in and around San Antonio, Houston area. So we've got a lot going on here in the United States. We have a no burn in and around Los Angeles, not because of fire hazard, because of the air quality. There are exemptions to that. If you don't have no other source of heat, you can probably light a stove on if you got a wood stove. If you have no other source of heat, or you're low income or something like that. Anyways, I wanted to say, go ahead and thank you, Tim Hall, for watching, Angie Zhang, Luke Lawhead, Aunt Julie up in Michigan. So this is a look at our live radar. For those, I pay for these. Let me go ahead and get this arrow off. I pay for a lot of these apps that I have to get all these predictions and models to look at. One of the ones that I look at, of course, is Pivotal Weather. And I want to give you a little idea what I look at. So we are having heavy snowfall out. I'm sorry, I had to stop that. And we are getting accumulation on the grassy areas and cars. But anyways, the long-term forecast that I look at on Pivotal Weather are the European model and the global forecast system. It's believed that the European model is more accurate than the global forecast system, but I try to look at them all when I'm doing a weekly forecast. The shorter term forecast, the 48 hours is the HRRR, which is more accurate. And then you get to the NAM 3K. Some sites have NAM 12K, which goes up to 60 hours. Yeah, so you get a free dirty soda, Tim Hall. He said his wife gets, my wife says he gets a free dirty soda if I tuned in. So, yeah, you get a free dirty soda. Come and pick it up. I won't tell you how it's dirty, but you'll get one. Anyways, so we get to those three models. The new model that I used this morning is I call it the Rufus, the Rapid Refresh Forecast System. Is a experimental prototype that is supposed to replace in 2026 the HRRR, and the NAM 3K is supposed to be more accurate. So those are some of the tools that I use to try to predict any total amounts. For everybody that's watching right now, everybody says, well, that's not what it said on the news. You know, they said we're going to get this or we're going to get that. I'm here to tell you, you can get a general idea what's going to happen, but the weather changes hour by hour, and so the forecast will change hour by hour. So you can get pretty close to a forecast, and I like to get to the 48-hour forecast to be more accurate. So if you're looking at my weekly forecast, and let's say on next Saturday I say there's rain, there's 100% chance of rain, It might go down to 30%. The temperatures may vary back and forth. So that's because weather changes. Anyways, let's get back to this Radar Omega. And as you can see, if I zoom down, most of the cameras that are stationary, you can see those little dots there, are in Georgia. A lot of them are in Tennessee and Kentucky and southern Missouri. We do have some elsewhere and down and around Oklahoma, Texas, and it looks like we have a few in Louisiana, Mississippi. Anyways, these are stationary cameras, whether they be on a police station, park service, out in the middle of nowhere. And these are live cameras. These ones up here that you're seeing, I've got one right here that's orange circle, and this one way up here, this Ziegler is orange circled, and Freddie McKinney's orange circle means they are out and about. They are not live yet. If they are green circled, that means they are live. And these are the guys that usually chase tornadoes. So tornado season's kind of off a little bit right now because it's winter time, and these guys are chasing snowflakes. Anyways, so this is a look at your live radar. And what you can do with live radars, you can also look at different models as far as the global forecast system and the NAM3K and all that. We also have that on here. I like to use Pivotal Weather for that, and I like to use this for the radar. Yes, I do see you, Jamie Closet and Jimmy Smith. So if you're looking out your window here in Chester, you see big snowflakes. And that's what we got in the area right now. Another good thing about this is we do have 3D. So I can go to 3D. I can turn it around. And it's still in play. You can zoom out. You can zoom in. Kind of turn the map around. There are a lot of things you can do with this. And you can move it up a little bit right there. Let's get that back in and get it back down to 2D right there. And we can also do that with the single site radar, which I will get to right now. And let's get to our St. Louis radar and get to our winter weather radar. If you guys are tuning in, and if you ever get Radar Omega, I do pay for a subscription for Radar Scope and Radar Omega. I'm not using Radar Scope anymore as much as I used to. I use Radar Omega, and they've added these winter weather radar on both the multi-system, multi-sensor radar, which I call the national radar. That's all the radars combined into one. And we also got the single site radar. And also here, if you see all these pinks and purples, I can adjust the brightness, I can adjust the counties, the borders, change the color of the borders. I can even change different map types. This is the one that I'm using right now. All these little dots are radars throughout the United States that you can see. And if I zoom in, right there you can see all these little dots. That's radars throughout the United States. And if I go to the multi-radar, multi-system, they will combine all together to give you a picture of what's going on in the United States as a whole. So since a couple of you guys are tuning in right now, I'm going to go ahead and pop up the possible total amounts that you're just tuning in. Jamie and Jimmy Smith and Tim Hall. I don't know if you caught that. This is the latest probable total amounts according to the National Weather Service. Cape Girardeau, you have trace amounts of 2 inches. Paducah 0 to 2. Centerville, trace amounts to 1 inch. Farmington, a 1/2 inch to 2 inch. Chester, we had changed from last night to trace amounts to 1 inch to now a 1/2 inch to 2 inches, along with Marion and Sullivan, all 1/2 inch to 2 inch. Washington, 1/2 inch to 2 inch. St. Louis, 1 to 6. Nashville, 1 to 4. Vandalia, 2 to 6. I believe Evansville, trace amounts to 2 inches. If we get a little bit north, Litchfield, 6 to 9. Bowling Green, 2 to 6. In Missouri, Quincy, Illinois, 3 to 7 inches. Pittsfield, 4 to 7 inches. Springfield, 6 to 10. Decatur, 8 to 14, as well as Champaign and Havana, 8 to 14 inches. And that is the National Weather Service predicted snow amount possible totals. So that is for you guys out there that are just tuning in. If you're looking at this radar now and look like it's up, I'm going to go ahead and put it in play. This is our local radar. You can see where it's showing heavy rain. And I'm telling you right now, it's not heavy rain. Outside is heavy snow. So, although it is showing precipitation, you can see where it's getting cooler and where that snow is dropping down. Even though it's showing green here, we're right there in this area right here right now. So, this is a look at your live radar. Guys, I am going to take a break. You're welcome, Tim Hall. Did Sherry say she's going to give you a dirty soda? Make her stick to it. Anyways, and I just want to say hi to Jimmy Smith. I know you're still watching. But this is our look at our local radar and precipitation right now. Another neat thing with this is the tools that we have, and it will show you snow, rain, and the DBZs. And to give you an idea of the intensity of this, and I'm going to go ahead and pause it real quick. I don't see any pink. But anyways, as far as that, if the DBZs are at 0 to 10, it's light snow, 10 to 20 is a moderate, 20 to 30 is heavy, and anything above 30 is very heavy. So we do have a little bit of accumulation now getting on the roadway, especially right here in Chester behind the Methodist Church. And if you're listening right now, I think I told you the news. J.B. Pritzker is a little upset right now because they have grounded aircraft, and not, because of this new solar storm that solar storm that passed through, kind of messed with the electronics and aircraft. I think Airbus has grounded some flights, and other airplanes are thinking about grounding their flights too. Not only that, but on top of the winter weather, Governor J.B. Pritzker is not able to get out to Las Vegas, Nevada, to hit the slot machines. Anyways, I'm just kidding. Anyways, all right, Tim Hall, I'll tell her to get you one. Anyways, if you guys want to know what I'm talking about, Sherry makes dirty sodas and lemon shake-ups. And a lot of times, if you just ask her on Facebook for an order, she'll try to get you one. They are good. And I wish I don't have my cameras hooked up, although I have 9 cameras. We have heavy snow falling right here in Chester.
Dad, look outside.
Right, I know. I looked outside. It's kind of neat, isn't it? This is my little one right here. Arizona, say hi to everybody. Say hi to Tim Hall. All right. Anyways, Madison Malure, I do see you on here watching. So we do have snow in Chester, and it's pretty heavy right now. It's a beautiful picture if you want to take a picture of your snow. It is accumulating on your vehicles. So let's go ahead and take a look. I showed you the snow amount totals already. We are going to look at the multi-radar, multi-system in the area and go to our winter weather radar. So again, if you are getting up early in the morning and you're planning on going somewhere, if anywhere down south, I would say not so bad. If you're going up north, I would fill up your gas tank. Make sure you put an extra blanket, water, a coat, a cap, and anything that'll keep you warm in case you break down or get stuck in the snow. Personally, I like to have a toe strap. Hey, Zona, Tim Hall's. He said, hey, Zona, Tim Hall. All right. Huh?
But it's snowing.
Well, you better go now if you're going to go to Walmart. Anyways, I just want to thank you all for watching. Jamie Clausen, hello, good morning. I'll try to be there Monday. Anyways, we are getting, Sarah J. Hall is watching. Good morning, Sarah. And I will try to give you the snow amount totals again and just in a little bit. So right now, we do have some heavy snowfall, although it does say heavy intensity rain. As far as the Chester Airport and the radar, I'm here to tell you it's big snowflakes outside. So if we are looking at this is right now the temperatures are at 35, so it's kind of dipped down just a little bit. It feels like 24 degrees Fahrenheit. The winds are at 19 mile an hour, so the winds have picked up quite a bit, and the humidity has jumped up to 82%. So it has updated. So I've got a few people that are watching, and Madison Malure and Sarah. So I'll just jump back in here real quick. If in around Chester, you can expect ½ inch to 2 inches. I don't know if you guys are planning on traveling, but the further north you go, if you go on to Springfield, you got 6 to 10 inches. If you're going to Cape to go shopping, small business shopping with me in a bit. Oh, hey, Tim Hall, she's talking to you. Anyways, so guys, if you're going to go shopping, you might want to get up around this area, get up and do it now. There's not going to be a whole lot if you're just doing small business shopping. Like I said, trace amounts of 2 inches and around Cape Girardeau if you're going with that route, or Farmington, ½ inch to 2 inches. And this is for Sarah Hall and Madison Malure. If you go anywhere up north, make sure you have plenty of gas and winter weather clothing in case you get stuck. All right. So, guys, I am going to keep this radar up here, and I'm going to go ahead and go to the local radar, and I'm going to take a station identification break, which means I am going to warm up my coffee and go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Anyways, this is brought to you by Tim Hall's Construction here in Chester, Illinois. Mom and Pop's Pizza, and Sicily Swirl Lemon Shake-Ups from my wife. And if you want me to broadcast something on here, I'll do it. Anyway, Jay Morris up and around St. Peters, Missouri. Check him out if you're wanting some automotive parts, specialized automotive parts, I think. Maybe like a lift kits or something like that. Look him up. I think he's on Facebook, what do you call that? Shop, Facebook, whatever it is. Marketplace. Check him out. That's Jay Morris. Giving him a plug in. He's doing local business in and around St. Louis area. If you want to lift up your vehicle or something like that, he got the parts. Anyways, this is what we got. I will take a quick break and I'll be right back.
You want any?
Alright. I am back. Let me get my face up there. And make sure that I am talking. And let me get this other text. Live radar. So let me get back onto Facebook on my phone. I have it plugged in. This is the way I can show your chat. Most of you guys know this is just a hobby of mine. I am not a meteorologist. This is called hillbilly weather for a reason. I've learned quite a bit. I've always liked severe weather, but this is my first time actually getting into the winter weather right now. I tried to take a video and tried to get it on OBS of the snow that is out there. We do have some accumulation on the roadways here in Chester. Very light. We did have a heavy snow precipitation here in Chester, and it is coming down. It's a beautiful picture. Maybe I can download that video a little bit later, and I will be able to show it. And maybe when I do the next week's forecast later on this evening, to kind of show you a little bit as far as what the snows look like. Other than that, you guys can look out your window. If you're here in Chester, we do have accumulation on the roads, cars, vehicles, so expect to clear off your windshields. So let me go ahead and get off of this and kind of pan out a little bit, and let's get to our multi-system right there and get to the winter weather radar. All right, so let me get back here on Facebook so I see who all is watching. This kind of helps me out a little bit. We got a little bit of everywhere. Tim Hall, don't worry, your sister will be driving if you're afraid to drive in the little bit of precipitation that we have on the roads. And thank you. Tim Hall says, thanks, Billy. Keep up the good work. So we do have, this is kind of a neat, we're back live. It looks like Chris Yankee, I do see you on here. So Chris Yankee, if you want to know what we are going to get, we are going to get anywhere from a 1/2 inch to 2 inches of accumulation, and this is from the National Weather Service. Just a little bit earlier, I gave it Metro St. Louis Metro East forecast as far as snow total amounts. So Chris Yankee, if you're traveling south, go shopping this weekend. Be safe. There's not going to be a whole lot south of Chester, but maybe a little bit, so be careful. If you're traveling up north, make sure you put extra blanket in your car and fill up your gas tank. Some places are going to get up to 14 inches, 16 inches of snow. So we are going to go ahead and take a look at some of these. We right now have 5 storm chasers out. These are the same storm chasers that usually chase tornadoes, and I've seen quite a few good tornadoes this year, and some of them were very very hairy to watch live. Anyways, let's go ahead. We've got 2 that are inactive right now. They're not live yet, and we got Connor Croft right there, as you could see. That's him. It looks like he's on the interstate. Let's check out where he is actually at. He's on Interstate 80 near Iowa City in Iowa, and it looks like Tornado Pagey. If we take a look at her real quick, it looks like she's on the same highway, you can see. And we also have Storm Runner Media is out there. And I'm not sure exactly where he is going. He is actually, Tornado Pagey and Connor Croft are on Interstate 80. We've got Freddie McKinney is headed towards the interstate as well as Storm Runner Media. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 people that I know of that are storm chasing. 6. We got up to 6 storm chasers that are out there as we speak. Hello, Pam and Mike. If you're watching just now, I wanted you to know that I plugged in Mom and Pop's Pizza. If you want to know when they are cooking, having the next pizza, go to the Facebook page and look. As well as if you need some things done around the house, get a hold of Tim Hall and Tim Hall's Construction. I'm putting these plug-ins for people for free. Anyways, I'm going to drink my cold mocha because I sit here and talk and I've let it got cold. So for those of you who are waking up, it looked like it's lightened up a little bit. We've had periods of heavy snow in the Chester area. And since there is a couple of you guys that just joined, Chris Yankee and Pam and Mike, let's go ahead and take a look at the National Weather Service snow total amount forecast, probable. So if you're going down to Cape Girardeau, expect anywhere from trace amounts to 2 inches. Centerville, trace amounts to 1 inch. Farmington, a 1/2 inch to 2 inch. Chester, a 1/2 inch to 2 inch. And as you watched last night, it was trace amounts to 1 inch. So you can see how things have changed overnight. Marion is the same as Chester, as well as Sullivan is a 1/2 inch to 2 inch. Washington, Missouri, a 1/2 inch to 3 inches. St. Louis, 1 to 6 inches. Nashville, 1 to 4 inches. Around Salem, 2 to 6. Vandalia, 5 to 10 inches. Fairfield, 1 to 3 inches. Evansville, Indiana, looks like trace amounts to 2 inches. Around Shawneetown, same thing, trace amounts to 2 inches. If you get above Litchfield, which is 6 to 9 inches, and Pittsfield, which is 4 to 7 inches, and Springfield, 6 to 10. Decatur, 8 to 14 inches, as well as Champaign and Havana, both with 8 to 14 inches. So if you guys are traveling up north, make sure you have the tank filled up, and make sure you have at least a blanket and warm clothing to wear if you're getting in and wanting to drive in that type of snow. I did it one time going up to, I believe it was Belvedere in northern Illinois, and I'm going to tell you, it wasn't fun at all. It was just freezing on the windshield. And every gas station you looked at was kind of sold out of de-icer. So I would rather just kind of stay. If I'm going to drive in the weather, it'd be locally. I wouldn't want to travel like I did, and especially on the interstate, because these truckers are, love them, but they can splash a lot of crap up on your windshield. Anyways, this is what we look like in Chester currently. And if I get on the DBZs, let me go ahead and get to my single site radar real quick, which is the St. Louis radar, and let's get to the winter weather radar. And like I said, it's now showing that we're in that snow area. If I get to the inspector tool, in and around Chester, we got a little bit. And it looked like it is chimed down quite a bit. So I am going to take a look. I don't have any of my cameras, and I'm going to, I think, soon have my cameras where I can get them here as well on OBS Studio, so I can show you guys live when something like this happens, what is happening currently in Chester. We do have some snow that is falling, but it's really, really light right now. I don't see anything that's heavy. And I'm waiting for that to, and it's probably needs to update, but I can see where it's cleared a little bit. So we might have a little bit of a clearing here shortly. I don't know exactly when, The time right now is 7:55, and we will check that as soon as it gets here, of when that clearing is. And it looks like it's around Fredericktown, Missouri. But if you're looking outside, you might have a little bit of flurries. I'm looking through your screen, so I can't see that well. So give me a chance. Let me take a look outside. Yeah, so it looks like you've got light flurries here in Chester. And I wanted to thank everybody that chimed in this morning that's watched this. If you like this and like some of the live weather that I do, and a lot of times I can be on here up to 4 hours, 5 hours, especially during severe weather. Go ahead and share and like on Facebook. Look for me on Facebook at Billy Rose. Look for that German Shepherd picture, and that is who I am, and ask me to add you as a friend. Also subscribe. You can get me on YouTube at Billy Rose Hillbilly Weather, and please like and subscribe to that channel. I try to do both of these live at the same time. I don't do Twitter, so I still have to get a few more computer screens this way. I'm actually looking on my phone. I've got 2 computer screens right now, but that way I can see who's chatting with me. I can't see who's on as far as YouTube. So if you are watching on YouTube and you've chatted something, thank you for watching. Probably this summer I will probably have a couple more computer screens. And right now I'm filming in my kitchen. Soon, I think in the summertime, I will be in a computer room with a little bit more privacy, as far as not having the dogs running around and licking me in the face and all that kind of stuff, and the kids in the background. So you got to bear with me on this. So currently right now, we do have snow. The temperature is dipped down to 33, feels like 25. Wind speeds are 12 miles an hour, and humidity has jumped up to 89%. It kind of look like this is, as far as the current is, it's kind of running a little behind, but right now this is a look at your live radar as far as your winter weather. Not only can you do 3D on this, and you can see this, and you can take a look of what is going on. If I zoom in here real quick, and you see some of the little pink areas, that's heavier snow in the area. So this is a little bit of a clearing that I'm looking at right there by Fredericktown. Let me take a look real quick. Get off of 3D. That is coming towards our way, so it might clear out a little bit. We might have a little bit of precipitation die down and come back, so we'll just have to take a look. Right now it's just kind of looks like flurries or very, very, very light snow in the area. Let's get to our national radar, which is a multi-sensor system, which kind of puts all the radars together, and we will get to our winter weather. If you guys are looking at this, these winter weather radars is something new to Radar Omega that they've added. It's a neat feature. We do have these little dots out here with the different symbols are cameras throughout the area that are constantly 24 hours live. If I click on one, you can see right there in Humphreys County in Waverly, Tennessee. So these cameras are basically in Kentucky, a ton of them in Tennessee. Got some in Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas, but I mean a crap load of them are in Tennessee. And if we get up here, you see these circles right here. I've got up to 6 storm chasers that are out right now. I think I have 3 that are live active right now and 3 that are inactive. They're not live quite yet. So that's what's going on in the area. If we go to Carcroft and Carrollville, Iowa, you see he's driving in the snow on Interstate 80. And I believe, I don't know if they're headed towards Des Moines, Iowa. But up here in the far corner, believe it or not, I'm going to go ahead and get my draw tool out. This is kind of neat. These 2 are inactive. But this right here is Freddie McKinney. And I believe this one is John McKinney. This one down here is the son. And this one right here is the dad. And I'm trying to spell with the mouse. There you go. Right there. So that's the son and that's the dad. And it looks like they're both in Iowa on both sides of the state. And right now, neither one of them are live. And I'm going to click on and make sure that's who that is. Yes, that is John McKinney, the dad, and Freddie McKinney, the son. Sometimes these 2 during severe weather will meet up. They drive separate, and they are both storm chasers. I believe Freddie McKinney learned quite a bit off of his dad. So if you're watching that. Anyways, this is kind of a new thing. And for those of you who are watching now, I looked at the Rufus model, the Rapid Refresh Forecast System, which is experimental prototype. And it's a new forecast model that's hopefully will go active. I mean, it's active right now, but it's in the experimental phase. And it's supposed to replace the HRRR and the NAM3K models. I use a European model for long-term for accuracy, and I do a little bit with the global forecasting, but the European model seems to be a little bit more accurate than the global forecast system, which you can get up to 16 days, I think, forecast. So most of you guys are tuning in and want to know a little bit about the weather. Someone might say, hey, you said it was going to be 85 degrees and it was 79. And I gave them, a week ahead forecast on the temperatures. Just to let you know, the forecast updates every hour, and there's a run every hour. So yes, temperatures will change. You can't predict it right on the money. The best you can do is wait a couple days before and check out the HRRR model to get a better accuracy as far as temperature. But the global forecast system, if you go on WeatherBug, that gives a 5-day, 7-day, 10-day forecast. And I've watched it. They change also. You just got to keep looking at it. You'll notice that the temperatures will change. So, other than that, these, something like the WeatherBug, you may say, well, they said it was 75. And you look at it every day, but you don't realize that their temperatures are changing. I post mine once a week, therefore, I'm not giving you the everyday change. So, that's just something that I wanted to go ahead and say out there. If you want to understand a little bit of why temperatures are not exactly, or the rain percentage is not exactly, because it does change every day and every hour. And since I only give it a week ahead forecast, if something significant changes, then I'll pop that up on a video. But other than that, as far as the accuracy of the temperatures for every day, hey, if you want to go to WeatherBug, check it out. But to be honest with you, one day I checked it out, and I checked the temperatures in the Chester area, and I believe it was the Perryville Airport temperature and model temperatures, and WeatherBug was off probably about 10 to 12 degrees. So I like to look at something a little bit more current. So basically what I like to look at is the airport for Chester area. The Perryville Airport's just across the river. Although their temperatures may vary just a little bit because I guess they consider it basically in like a little valley. They don't get a whole lot of shade. They're right there in the sun, but not a whole lot. So right now at the Perryville Airport, I believe these are the temperatures right now. It says snow. I'm looking out at the windows, very light flurries. Temperatures at 33, feels like 25, 12 mile an hour winds, and humidity has jumped up to 90%. And I'm going to step outside real quick and take a look. Unless we get anything more, which I'm unsure of, I say the trace amounts to 1 inch forecast that I gave are kind of spot on right now, especially on the grass areas and on the vehicles. Expect if you are going out right now, I'm looking at my truck here in Chester. Anywhere in Chester, you better get your I guess the brush side. I wouldn't say you had to scrape, but you will have to brush off the wet snow off your windshield. Be careful of some slick spots because there might be some slushy areas. Right now, there's very, very, very minimal accumulation on the roadways that I see right now. I don't believe any of the snow trucks are out in Chester. And I don't think we need any right now. So this is what we're looking at the live radar in Chester right now, and it looks like it's real light. Yeah, it says 90. It's hard to say. Let's get to the local radar for a little bit more accurate look at the winter weather, and let me get back to the winter weather radar. Okay, so right in Chester, you can see right there, it looks very, very, very light. You get the inspector tool right out. So yeah, you're getting it's very light precipitation in the Chester area. And it says it says right there a little mix of rain and snow, but I'm looking out my window and it might be a little flurry. There isn't much going on out there right now. And we'll go ahead and put that live. And I am going to go ahead and check. You can look at this live right now and update as far as if there's any changes as far as the snow totals. Again, those change quite often as well. So let me go ahead and take a look at that, and I will update that. I think the latest one I had was 6/17. Let's see if things have changed. Getting around Chester. Nope, it does not look like anything has updated as far as that is concerned. We run it again real quick. So that last run was still at 7:15. Nothing has changed. It will probably not change till about 9 or 10, or maybe somewhere a little bit past 8. I don't know. But I'll continue to look at that right now. Let's take a look at Pivotal Weather, and let me show you some of the things that I look at. Hello, Andrew Abramovitz. I hope I pronounced that right. Thanks for tuning in on Facebook to take a look at the local weather. If you're around Chester, you can see that we had a light accumulation, especially on the roadways. It looked like it's kind of melting. If you're looking on your vehicles in the grass, we do have some accumulation, trace amounts. Let me get to Radar Omega, and we are looking, and I said I wanted to get to Pivotal Weather to give you a little idea of what I look at when I try to do any type of predictions of when things are going to happen. So right now I am going to go with the HER model and kind of zoom in the area and get the latest run, the best run. And that's as of 7, and it is 8 now. So it looked like about 8 to 9 is pretty much clearing out. You might have little brief snow flurries. And then right behind that, it is now looking like we might have, I'm not quite sure, a little bit of a mix, maybe some sleet right behind that. And that's, let me see if I can get anything other than that. 13. Here's the latest model. No, it looked like it's changed there too. So it looks like around an hour or so. It looked like, according to this, it will clear out as far as winter weather. That's the HRRR. So if I go to the NAM3K, let me zoom in real quick. Looking around 10 o'clock, it's about to clear out. And right now, it's showing 9. We might have a little batch, but that's the NAM3K. The experimental one, the Rapid Refresh Forecast System, which is supposed to replace the NAM3K and the HER in 2026. Let's take a look at that. So that is 7, and that is 8. So let me go back to the 9Z. All right. So that is 8 o'clock. It's 8:13, and that's 9 o'clock. So it should be clearing out. So we do have some flurries right now. This is the experimental run, and it's about 8:15. Real light, and let's see what they have a little bit further. It doesn't show any sleet or ice or anything like that. And then we get out, we move a little bit more, and it looks like we got rain the rest of the time. So it looks like at least by 9 or 10, everything should be out of our area. And more like, I would say more like 9, but hey, what do I know? I am just Mr. Bill Rose with the Hillbilly Weather. So let's get back to Radar Omega. And let's get to my screen over here. Anyways, this is the current radar, depending on what happens as far as the precipitation. Like I said earlier, if you looked at that and you see the green, that was rain, and the blue, that is considered the snow. Basically, we were in the rain earlier. Hold on. Let me take this real quick. Hello? Silhouette. Talk to your mom. All right. All right, that was a call. We do have a little bit of a flash. Let's take a look at that real quick. Winter weather advisory. Let's take a look, see what they've got. Wet snow, additional snow accumulations up to 2 inches. Winds gusts a high of 40, as high as 40 mile an hour. Basically in Monroe County, Illinois, and in Missouri, Franklin, Missouri, Jefferson County, Missouri. That's what was flashing. We've got several. Snow expected until he. Oh. Hello. Yeah. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. So yeah, we're looking at 1 to 4 inches in addition. So that's around Clark, Cumberland, Clay, Crawford, Effingham, Jasper, Lawrence, and Richland counties. So they've updated a few things as far as additional snow amounts. Right now, this is Chester. And like I said, I didn't show you guys, but yeah, this is, on Radar Omega, we do have a 3D view of what's going on. And we also have that on the radar multi-sensor area. And let me get to that one. And if I go there and go to 3D as well, and that is a look at what's going on as far as your area. And if I go, and you can put this in play as well. And it gives you an idea of what's going on. So that being said, depending on the temperature in the atmosphere, and I know earlier it was showing green as far as rain, and believe it or not, this radar, as well as the airport in Perryville, all were showing rain when it was actually really snow. And as of right now, if I get down there and around Chester, it is showing rain, and also it shows moderate rain. But if you look outside, it looks like it's flurries. So this is something new to me. I'm learning, but apparently the National Weather Service, maybe it's the rain in the atmosphere and it cools because of the temperatures. I'm not sure how all that works, but it shows rain. We're right at the mark between rain and snow, and the temperatures are right at 33. So it may be cooler in the atmosphere, and it's coming down as snow, and maybe the angle of the radar is I don't know how all that works, but I can tell you right now, it looks like we got flurries. I'm going to take a look and get an actual view of what's going on. That's quick. We've got basically flurries in Chester, Illinois. We are in the little bit of a light blue right now. It says 15 dBCs, but we do have just light flurries right now. And we get back to our local single side radar. and get to our winter weather radar. And this is something new that Radar Omega has added as far as be able to show difference in the winter weather and the rain precipitation. I don't think it's quite as accurate as far as showing snow and rain, but I mean it's close. And maybe it's because the radar is maybe just a little bit behind. It seems like when it shows it's heavy, it's not heavy, and then all of a sudden it's heavy. Then when it's showing it's light on radar, it's heavy outside. So maybe the timing of it, of when they refresh the radar, could be the reason why. So I see it firsthand, and then the radar shows it a little bit later. So this is what we got. And it's supposed to be the most accurate radar as far as updating more currently than other radars. So at least that's what they say on the internet, on Google. Anyways, this is a look at your area. And like I said, we do have a majority of South Dakota, anywhere from Wyoming, parts of Montana, North Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa, southern Minnesota, most of Wisconsin, northern Illinois, Indiana, northern Indiana, and Michigan. You all are under winter storm warnings or winter storm advisory today. So let's go ahead and take a look at the national radar, kind of see this whole blob of mess that we have going on. And you can see where it is snowing the biggest portion right now in Illinois and Nebraska and Iowa. I don't know what they're expecting a little bit later on as far as Wisconsin and Michigan, but look like they do have a little bit of rain precipitation, so they may be getting ready to have lake effect snow. I believe that is Lake Michigan right there, and that's probably where, yeah. And so that looks like snow turning back into rain, and it's probably going to be going into the Lansing area, Grand Rapids, and the advisory is in the Detroit, Sterling Heights area. And that is your current weather right now. In Denver, we do have some warnings basically in the mountainous areas, winter weather advisories, and above 10,000 feet, accumulations between 3 to 6 inches with locally higher amounts. So in your upper elevations, if we take a look at West Virginia, and we're going to click on that, and that looks like it's in the Appalachian Mountains, in probably the higher elevations. Then we go ahead and take a look at here. They're looking at freezing rain and ice accumulations. All the way up till noon on Sunday, about a tenth of an inch. And in West Virginia, same thing. So they're looking at ice accumulations, and it still looks like it's in the mountain areas. Yeah, they're going to have like snow and sleet accumulations also in the area. So I woke up this morning, and a little bit later in the morning, looks like tornado risk in around Houston, Beaumont, Just east of San Antonio, they're under a 2% tornado risk. I don't know how long the freeze watch looks like they have a new one. It's going to be up to 18 hours is when it'll expire. The last freeze watch will expire in 4 hours. So that is in the western part of Texas. Los Angeles looks like it in and around Lakeport, Clear Lake. Let's see what they got. A frost advisory. And if you get down in Los Angeles, I believe that is a no burn warning right there because of the air quality. So they don't want you burning anything. If you have a wood stove and you have no other source of heat, that's probably an exemption. But other than that, this is a look at your current weather. If we take a look up in New York, they've gotten rid of the lake snow warnings and they have winter weather advisories right north of Utica, New York. Elsewhere, I believe Atlanta, Georgia, we are under a high fire danger conditions this afternoon into evening due to low relative humidity and strong winds. And that will cover parts of the northern part of Georgia to include Atlanta and Americus and Eastman all the way north into the border of Tennessee. And that's all going to be under a high fire hazard. And that's a look at your weather around the United States. So let's get back to our cameras, and it looks like they've popped up an extra camera. This is Vince Willotti right here. If you can see my hand, it looks like the little tornado. And they now have up to 5 weather cameras out there. And let's just take a look around. You can see the snow up in Iowa. The next one. And it is still snowing up there. Let's check this one right here. Snow. We'll get way up there. I don't know if it's snowing. And we get over here north of Janesville. Right there. So if we click on him real quick. He's driving right now.
People say I drive like crap.
There you go. And they're right just above Freeport, Illinois, in Iowa. Let's see if anybody else has gone live. We got Storm Runner Media. He's around Davenport, Iowa. And we've got Tornado Pagey. You see there, and we've got Connor Croft right there, and they are all in Iowa. Okay, and he just went live. Freddie McKinney's dad just went live up in and around. See where he's actually at. Carroll, Iowa. I guess he just woke up from Days Inn. Anyways, these guys are all out. These are the same people that I kind of watched during severe weather that's chasing. We do have Ziegler now is awake and live. And he's out driving. So let's take a look and see what is going on. And I'm going to go ahead and put this in play. And I'm going to go ahead and take a look outside real quick and check out the precipitation. All right, guys. I'm gonna say an inch. I don't know. This is my German Shepherd. This is not Rocky for Facebook that you see there. This is River. Can you say hi, River? And he's gonna give me some licks. As far as the other one ain't in here to get his licks. Well, come here, buddy. Show everybody on the camera. And this is Rip. He's wanting to give me some loves. Yep, I love you too. Okay, get down. Did you go out there in the snow, play? Yep. Okay. Get down. All right, these are my dogs. Good boy. Anyways, I did take a look. If you look, my first knuckle right there, that's how deep the snow is on my truck, as well as the grass and probably your roof. As far as that, the roadways look wet, slushy. So the initial forecast I had yesterday, right now, as far as trace amounts to an inch and a slushy mess, that's what it looks like. That's what I see. It's a beautiful picture. Earlier, if you woke up and you seen the heavy snow, it was beautiful. I do like to see the heavier snow, the wet, heavy snow. It gives you that winter weather, Christmas feel. And that's what I got out of it. I had to wake up my little one to, yep, just like Rich Ferguson said, we got a good dusting. And like I said, Andrew Abramovitz is also watching. So this is a public broadcast, so I'm going to check with him, and if he wants me to add on to Facebook. But this is a look at your local weather. Right now, looks like we're in very, very, very light snow in the Chester area. So let me go ahead and take another look at the National Weather Service total amounts to see if they have updated and changed anything real quick. And let me refresh that. And they have not. Yes, they have, as of 8/17. So, let me go ahead and give you guys an update on total snow amounts. Right there. So a ½ inch to 2 inches in Chester, Farmington the same, Marion is the same, trace amounts 2 inches in Shawneetown, Paducah up to 2 inches, Cape Girardeau trace amounts to 2 inches, Centerville, Missouri, trace amounts to 1 inch, Sullivan a ½ inch to 2 inch. Basically going from Sullivan, Farmington, Chester, and Marion, all the same ½ inch to 2 inch. If you get up there in Washington, Missouri, 5 to 3 inches, Bowling Green 2 to 6 inches, Quincy 3 to 7 inches, as well as Jerseyville is 3 to 7 inches. Salem 2 to 6 inches, Vandalia 5 to 10, Litchfield 6 to 9, Springfield 6 to 10, Decatur 8 to 14 inches, the same with Havana and Champaign. Evansville, Indiana, looks like trace amounts to 2 inches. So that is the look of your area, and that's Paducah, Kentucky, 0 to 2 inches. That's a look at as updated no more than 15 minutes ago. National Weather Service issued that at 8:17 a.m. Central Standard Time. So that is your updated forecast. Probable tornado or snow total amounts in around the St. Louis metro area. And let me get off of that. There we go. anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and take a station identification break, which means I got to go to the bathroom and get me another cup of coffee. Uh, that's just a little humor. If you heard me earlier, the national news about the Airbus, I think, is grounding all their flights, and some other aircraft companies are talking about grounding their flights because of the northern lights may have damaged some of their computer electrical systems, so they got to update or change and check those out. Um, Not to mention, northern Illinois, anywhere from Mount Vernon north, you're getting all this snow. It's probably putting a hamper on the flights in and out of Chicago. And the rumor has it that J.B. Pritzker is upset about that because he's not able to fly out to Las Vegas, Nevada to hit the slot machines. Anyways, I'm just kidding. Little humor. Anyways, this is your look at your radar, and I will get back with you in a second. I'm going to turn off my mic nest and my picture, and I'll be right back.
You won't believe it, but I literally
Okay, Chester, if you looked outside, it's lightened up a little bit. The road's pretty much clear, but what you're looking at right now is a mess. Let's see if I can move this out of the way. Uh, that's it, 70 at Riverview, and they have traffic back up. Um, Let me go ahead and close this out real quick and get. There's a vehicle crash in I-70 westbound due to a vehicle crash. Expect delays due to other on I-70 westbound. So you can see the red mark right there. Let me blow this up a little bit further. Let me get here. Right there. So that's right there on I-70. Yeah. Let me see if I can get that a little bit more real quick. Right there. Maybe that's why I can't get the cameras. Let me take a look at the camera. Oh, so that's why I had it trimmed down. So let me go ahead and trim that back down so we can see our radar. Let me get this right there. Okay, so that's I-78 Riverview right now. We'll go ahead and close off of that real quick. And this is the current view. There is a wreck. Um, I hope I didn't move anything else around on my thing. Um, right now, I'm looking at it uh, anywhere between exit 241 all the way uh, to exit 244A. The traffic is to a halt, and that is in um, on I-70 area. Let me see what we got here. To get to my radar Omega. Okay, let me go ahead and get some of this stuff off. So let's get the radar. Um, anyways, this is in the Pine Lawn area, Northwoods, and around St. Louis. So if you're traveling westbound on I-70, I believe that's what they said, you are probably going to run into traffic. It is only closed westbound due to a crash. 78 Union Boulevards look like it's still open. I'm trying to get a couple different views. Okay, so at Riverview, that's where it is backed up. And I'm going to see if I think there's another camera close by. Let me take a look real quick. Right here. And this is at Jennings. Right there, you can see it's backed up quite a bit. So if you're westbound on 70, expect some delays right now. If you're just tuning in, I just added this to my Radar Omega. I didn't know how to do it, and not every state has live camera views. In around the St. Louis area, there's a ton of them, especially along the interstate, so I can actually check a lot of that stuff out. And it's even kind of good since I don't have any storm chasers in around Chester. I can check out the cameras, and not only that, they'll tell me if there's an accident in there as well. We do have some other closures. Let's take a look, and I'll see what is going on. Nothing. It looked like it's closed due to something else. Okay, guys, it looks like there's a vehicle crash on I-44. Also, traffic is slow. This is basically on 270. And I do not see anything as far as it being slow. So let's close that out. See if I have a camera elsewhere that might show that. Look like it's running pretty good, but they're running on slush down there, as far as I can see in the St. Louis area. We go to the southbound on 270. So it looks like people are keeping it slow. It's actually on 44s where it's supposed to have a vehicle crash. I don't see anything there. Let's take a look elsewhere. Look at that, guys. I am going to go ahead and show you this. That is a semi-truck that is off the road. Right there. I'm going to go ahead and change this real quick. And bring that down, guys. This is it. This is, if you can see it, I don't see that there's an ambulance or anything like that or any traffic. MoDOT traffic out there. Where is this located? Let's take a look. It's at 44 near exit 366. And I'm going to try to figure out where that was at. Okay, we got that. Okay. Right there. So this one is going along Interstate 44, right before you get to 270. There is a semi truck that is off the road, and that is it right there, as you can see. So it is not impeded traffic. It looks like it's an off ramp. It's not on the main state, and that is in St. Louis on 44. So you got accidents on 70, 44. The one that's got traffic stopped up is on Interstate 70 in Northwoods, Pine Lawn area. And you can expect traffic stop at exits 241 all the way to 244 as far as traffic built up. And look at that. You can already see cars that are off to the left there. This traffic is at Riverview and is to a standstill in St. Louis. It's to a standstill in St. Louis. Just going to say hi to Casey Johnny if you're watching. Yeah, hope you're not going up to St. Louis or driving an I-70. This is what we've got up in St. Louis. It's a big mess. So they do have a slowdown, they do have a slowdown on 44 with a semi truck that's off the road, but it's not really causing any traffic backup. But there is a semi truck that slid off into the ditch. Right there is what you got, a couple cars off to the side here. It looks like there's a little bit of slow traffic as far as these small cars. These semi trucks are pretty much at a standstill on I-70. Let's take another look at another camera. And right there. And this is at Jennings on I-70, and I believe this is westbound in St. Louis. I'm not exactly sure what we got going on, but the traffic is stopped right under that bridge. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on. That's to a standstill right now, as you can see. And I do not know exactly what is going on right there. But see the flashes on at Interstate 70 at Jennings in St. Louis. You guys are at a standstill. They are panning around. I guess whoever's got this camera is panning around. It'd be the city of St. Louis. They're able to move it around. So this is what we got. Let's see if I can go up further and see what's going on. We got a camera right there. Trying to go live. Let's try it again. And we do have a slowdown at Lucas and Hunt. It looked like the traffic is backed up right there at Lucas and Hunt. So the winter weather is causing some problems on the interstate, especially up in the St. Louis area. I showed you a semi truck on 44 that has went off the ditch. If I can pull that up again, and I believe it's down here. I'm not quite sure exactly where it's at. Right there, guys. And they have a savior out there, someone who is going to pull that semi truck out. And that's what you got on 44 at exit 30 or 366, I believe, in the St. Louis area. Let me go ahead and move that down a little bit, get this in here. So this is what we are looking at in St. Louis area right now. I am going to take a look back at I-70 where the traffic is at a stop. And I'm going to move the camera up a little bit more. And it looks pretty good right there. But you can see this lane right here. There's no traffic on it. That is probably because it is backed up and stopped to a standstill. And I'll show you that here in a second. You can see if I get anywhere closer. Right there. The standstill at Lucas and Hunt in St. Louis. Right there. Well, I'm going to just travel down a little bit to each camera. And that's where it is definitely backed up. Some reason it feels like that semi truck. I hope it is not sliding. You see that? I cannot tell what he's doing. Okay, it looked like the smaller cars are starting to move. I'm not exactly sure exactly what is going on. If it's really slow, but it looked like traffic at Jennings, 70 at Jennings, is starting to move. But guys, this is a slushy mess. Cars are sliding off. He's panning out a little bit. But they're backed up both ways. Okay, yeah, so you see a lot going on here. This is 70 at Jennings right now. And I don't know if vehicles are just sliding on the slush. Anyways, if you're traveling up to St. Louis, do not go on I-70 westbound or you will be in a mess. So this is what we are looking at, current radar. As far as Chester, let me get you back down there. Let me get back to mine. Right there is where we are at. And I am going to check outside and get a view of any precipitation. And there is none. So basically, if you're up in St. Louis, we got a couple areas of traffic that has come to a standstill or a slow crawl. I'm going to go ahead and look around a little bit. We do have a standstill, and I'm going to go ahead and click this back on. Check this semi truck and this car right here, guys. We have people sliding all over the place, and apparently this is causing a backup if you heard me earlier, this is the reason why you should take a jacket, a blanket, and make sure your gas tank is full. Because you don't know how long you're going to be stuck on this interstate. And there's a couple spots that are just backed up. So I don't know if this stuff is iced up. Come here, Cherry. Take a look at this.
Heard about it already.
Yeah.
We're talking about the grocery store. Is it even live?
Yeah.
Oh, there they are, moving.
Well, they're moving, but that truck is jackknifed. That slid.
I was gonna say, I was already driving and it wasn't that slippery.
Yeah, this is IDOT, Missouri.
I got to use the snow thing on my vehicle. That was kind of cool.
Would you be able to use it?
They let me use it.
So, guys, this is what we got going on in St. Louis. We got traffic backed up everywhere. There looks like there's a semi truck up there in the left part of the screen. It looked like he's just parked right off the road. But this truck, I don't know what's going on with him. If everybody is just sliding, I have no idea. But they are having a mess up there in St. Louis. Yeah, Jay Moore said it could be a homeless encampment. I see you, Jay. Luckily you're getting all the snow up there and we're not. I hope you're staying at home and not traveling in this mess. The I-70 looks like a mess right now if you are traveling. Good morning, Rebecca Abashan. Channeling. If you're looking, this is St. Louis on I-70 at Jennings, and they have a total mess out there. And I don't know if this semi-truck is sliding. I don't know what he's doing. But you can see some of these semi-trucks look like they're kind of cockeyed. And I don't know if they're just sliding, but let me go ahead and get off of here. Yeah, it's nice out there. Yeah, he said he heard ice was out there. Probably around that homeless encampment under the Interstate I-70. I don't know. Are you talking about the Governor Pritzker?
Yeah.
Yeah, you heard ice was out, what, in St. Louis or in Las Vegas? Anyways, this, be able to pan, let me get off of that. He's panning around, taking a look. Anyways, guys, this is a look at Interstate 70. I wouldn't want to be there. I would be ticked off. Hey, if anything, guys, put on some Christmas music if you're out there in your car, since you're at a standstill. This is exactly the reason why I say if you're traveling in these conditions, always have full tank of gas and warm clothes. Check out these semi-trucks trying to make their way through there. Everybody's trying to sneak in. But as you can look under this bridge right here, it looks like it's a complete stop. And I'm not sure exactly what is going on right there in St. Louis. So let's go and close that out. And I'm going to mute that. You can see right there in Chester, we do not have any precipitation going on. We're going to have a little bit of a pocket of clear going on. I am going to look elsewhere as far as the cameras. Here is another look in a different direction. Let me see what else we got. Nothing.
This is right. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not sure exactly what's going on. But they are talking about road closures estimated to last about 3 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Impact reported at 7:30 a.m. So hopefully, in maybe another hour, it will lighten up. But that is the information I'm getting. I-70 is closed westbound due to vehicle crash. Expect delays due to others on I-70 westbound if you're in that area. So what we've looked at was a mess in St. Louis on I-70. We do have other vehicles off the road throughout the area. And I think one of those was just a semi truck that was just kind of slid off. It wasn't really stopping traffic. Let me see if we can get to him real quick. If I believe that might be it. I'm not sure. No.
Breakfast is ready. If we care.
So this is the one at I-44. They finally are out there. The traffic, it ain't slowed the traffic down. They're looking like they're having better luck on, I believe it's 44 at exit 366. The tow truck is out there and it's going to pull this dude out of the ditch. They do have a cop behind him to slow traffic down. And this is what we got going on in St. Louis as of right now. So, I am going to save this. And give me a second, guys. All right, guys. Now I have access to those cameras in Missouri. I'm able to pop them up on my screen now. There are other states, but not all states have access to cameras. Some cameras are fixed. These ones are live in the area right now. So I am going to sign off right now. Yeah. Jay said he's loaded up on the Delicious Cecilia Swirls Sherry's lemon shake-up. So no shortage of hydration or vitamin C in this home for the storm. That's from Jay Morse up in St. Louis. He's our cousin. Yeah, the only yeah. As far as the snow total falls, they vary in different areas. I know in Chester, I think I was a knuckle deep on the hood of my truck. So,
It's melting already.
other than that, it's melting. It's just a big mess. Pretty much what I forecasted a day or two ago is coming to fruition. So, guys, I am going to pan out real quick. give you an idea of what's going on. Nationally, we have storm chasers. Freddie McKinney is not active live. John McKinney is up on the left in Iowa. We got Connor Croft. We got Tornado Pagey. We've got Storm Runner Media. We've got Vince Velati. And this new guy, CJ Ziegler, up in, I believe he's up in northern, around Waukegan, Illinois. Northern Illinois. This is Vince Velati. He's driving through the snow. We got Tornado Pagey. She's up there in Iowa, and we got Connor Croft. He's driving in that stuff. But that wet mess around St. Louis is causing some delays on the interstate for Chester. Anyway, let me go ahead and get out of that. Let me find it real quick.
Sona,
Window
there's
caption.
cheese and sausage in there.
Okay, yeah. I'm trying to get my text off. My arrow. There we go. So this is a look at your overall right now. We do have a 2% tornado risk down in and around Houston area in Texas. Guys, so let me just take a look real quick at the total amount and see if there's any updates real quick. And then I will post them. And then I'm going to get off and I'm going to let you guys go to someone else who is watching most of these storms that are kicking off right now. But let me update this real quick. As of 9/16. So let's take a look at that real quick. And okay, I did mess with this a little bit. And let me pan that out real quick. Let me see if I can pan it out this way to give you a little bit more of an idea of where we're at in our area. I'm not going to get too far out. Yeah, let's just go with that right there. Move this over. And move this out. That pretty much gives you the whole area. Yeah, giving them a shout out. Can you take us to the I-70 homeless strike, drone strike cam again? Yeah, right. So right now, these are your temperatures as of 9/16, and it's 9:30 a.m. right now, but 9:16 a.m. Central Standard Time with the National Weather Service. St. Louis, 1 to 6 inches, and around Chester, Farmington, and Marion, a ½ inch to 2 inches. I don't think, I believe we got the trace amounts, maybe a ½ inch on the grass, maybe your vehicles. But other than that, everything's probably melting. The highs will probably be around 42 today. Elsewhere, the further you go, Salem looks like 2 to 6 inches. Vandalia 5 to 10. Jerseyville 3 to 7. Pittsfield 4 to 7. Havana, Decatur, and Champaign looking at 8 to 14 inches. Springfield 10 to 6 inches. If you get out into Missouri, Washington, a ½ to 3 inches. Believe it or not, there's a Mexico in Missouri, 1 to 3 inches. Jefferson City, a ½ to 2 inches. Lebanon, trace amounts to 1 inch. Mountain Grove, 0 to 1 inch. If you get down in Springfield, Missouri, 0 to 1 inch. So Evansville, trace amounts to 2 inches. So this is a look at your local area as far as the predicted total snow amounts. I am going to give you directions to view more of this stuff to a meteorologist who is live on YouTube, Max Velocity. He is live. He has access to all these cameras, and he's kind of looked at him for I don't call it training, but just by watching him, I've learned a lot. So if you want to continue the coverage of the winter storm, go to Max Velocity on YouTube. Yeah, there is a Mexico. Yeah, that's funny. LJ. So anyways, I'm going to go and eat my breakfast, and I am going to work on next week's forecast. If you want to continue the live coverage, go to Max Velocity on YouTube. If you like what you see on this, go to Facebook, add me as your friend on Billy Rose. Look for the German Shepherd. You can find me on YouTube at Billy Rose Hillbilly Weather. And I love you too. And I told him about, hey Jay, I told him about JB Pritzker. And he's mad that they've, grounded all the flights because of the weather and because of the solar storm. And he's unable to get to Las Vegas to the slot machines. I did tell him that. So that's true, isn't it? Anyways, I'll go ahead and let you guys go. You get just real quick. It says snow, but I do not see it out there. We might have a little bit here and there. Temperatures at 35, feels like 25. Winds speeds are at 15 miles an hour, and humidity is at 89%. You guys have a good rest of your day. Check out for later on for a video of the weekly forecast. Talk to you later.
That's one right here, at least, it stays that way. Here.
Commissioner, city streets can